You are watching the 2025 Cascadian Clash, a WFTDA tournament hosted by Gorge Roller Derby.
All right, starting off our first round. Rolling Raptor on the line for the All-Stars. Getting out and grabbing that lead jam position early. Ice Spice with a star pass to Stonewall for Inland Empire. Ooh, big hit on Raptor there up in the front. Stonewall still looking for some room in the back there. Taking that jam the full 2. Rolling Raptor putting 16 on the board. Inland Empire not able to get through on that initial after that star pass. Auntie Faye right up in the front, grabbing that lead jam position quick and early. Auntie Faye calling off that jam, not wanting to give away anything. Bambino on the line for Inland Empire. Nerder She Wrote on the line for Gorge Roller Derby. Bambino getting out in front and grabbing that lead jam position for Inland Empire. Nerder looking for a hole, manages to find a gap to pass that star to. Gives that star to Kimbo Slice. Bambino calling it off, picking up 4 points for Inland Empire. Demanda on the line for Gorge Roller Derby All-Stars. Terrorist jamming for Inland Empire. Demanda in the back, looking for some space, getting ran along that outside line. Terrorist having not much better luck finding a way around the top of that pack for Gorge. Demanda trying to take advantage of the chaos there as that pack got pushed up together. Looks like manages to push Inland up. Demanda getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Pack is moving quick there. Quiet Riot with that star catch earlier for Inland Empire. Still trying to find a way around that pack on that initial pass. Demanda up into the middle of that pack. Running that time down. 4 points on the board for Inland. Looks like 9 on the board for the All-Stars in that last jam. Fish Slap on the line for the All-Stars. Spicy Icy on the line for Inland Empire. Fish Slap getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Spicy Icy getting out of that pack on that initial after taking that star off the helmet. Fish Slap getting knocked down hard on that inside line. Spicy Icy managing to push out. Looks like Machete shot in a full box for the All-Stars over there in that penalty box. Machete picking up a failure to reform there in that last penalty. Wojo on the line for Inland Empire. Rolling Raptor for Gorge All-Stars. Raptor getting knocked to the outside, having some difficulty getting through. Wojo finding that same line, though, to be a little bit easier. Bambino on the line for Inland Empire. Auntie Faye on the line for Gorge. Auntie Faye getting knocked to that inside line real early, right on Bambino there. It looks like taking full advantage of that kind of little bit of confusion on what was going on in the back of that pack. Auntie Faye slips around the outside. Bambino looks like star in the hand, managing to slip around the top of the pack and grab that initial pass. Auntie Faye up through the top of the pack and calls it off. 4 points on the board for the All-Stars. Giving away none to Inland in that jam. Terrorist on the line for Inland. Nerder She Wrote on the line for the All-Stars. Nerder trying to push that pack up on the top. Managing to get through, it looks like. Terrorist still in the back. Looking for a spot to get through, looking for some help from their pack. Terrorist getting recycled way back behind Face Bounder. Lethal Aftermath, Face Bounder holding that 3-wall there with Terrorists in it. Nerder going through for another scoring pass, putting 4 points on the board there. And that last one. Picking up 4 more. That pack. Inland Empire's pack seems like having a real hard time trying to help their jammer through. Quiet Riot grabbing that star pass there from Inland Empire. Nerder She Wrote calling off the jam. Looks like we have an official timeout. Still just hanging out in an official timeout. We don't know what's happening. I've often suggested this would be a great time for the officials to just break out a hacky sack. Just quiet laughing, and the crowd is okay. No loud laughing today. Demanda on the line for Gorge All-Stars. Spicy Icy on the line for Inland Empire. Demanda finding some room on the outside, managing to get that lead jam position. Spicy Icy with the star in the hand, finding an inside corner, slipping through that pocket real quick. Demanda just up to the back of the pack. Spicy Icy putting the pressure on. Demanda getting the call. And in that jam, not giving away any points, not taking any either. Fish slap on the line for Gorge Roller Derby. Wojo on the line for Inland Empire. Somebody lost something. Is that a mouth guard? Somebody lost a mouth guard. Fish slap, grabbing that lead jam position. Wojo getting recycled back on that outside corner behind face bounder, looks like. Big hard hit there. Fish slap.
Is that what I thought it was?
Hard push there. Wojo trying to get through those last two blockers from Gorge. Managing to do so, but not before picking up any points. 6 points on the board for Fish Slap and Gorge All-Stars in that last jam. 56-20. Just 14 minutes left in this first half. Bambino on the line for Inland Empire. Rolling Raptor on the line and grab that lead jam position already. for Gorge Roller Derby. Nice, tight, solid gameplay so far. Neither team wanting to give away too much. Neither team being able to take too much. We got Terrorists on the line for Inland. Auntie Faye on the line for All Stars. Auntie Faye having to recycle back behind. A big recycle there. And coming back in, stealing a line on that inside wall, managing to grab that lead jam position quick and early. Terrorists with that star in the hand, looking for an easy way around that wall. Killer B face pounder, Kimbo slice with a nice solid 3-wall there. Aftermath at the top, running point. Auntie Faye finding 4 more on the board there. 3, looks like. Auntie Faye around the outside. Here we got a timeout being called. And that's an official review for Inland Empire Roller Derby. Seeing if we could see it there on the replay. Nope. Probably earlier in that jam. We will find out in a moment. And now we are in an official timeout. Perhaps it was an official timeout the entire time. No worries, we are back. Neither team has lost their official review. Spicy Icy on the line for Inland Empire. Nerder She Wrote on the line for Gorge Roller Derby. Nerder She Wrote pushing up to the top of that pack, managing to find that lead jam position. Spicy Icy stuck in that back wall, getting recycled back there by Peach. That 3-wall for Gorge has been just devastating to the jammers so far for Inland, as they've been held at 20 points there for quite a few jams. Nerder She Wrote getting knocked down that inside line with a hard hit there. But Icy Spicy looking for some room. Spicy Icy, sorry there. Spicy Icy was looking for some room in the back of that pack. Not able to find it. That jam coming to an end, not getting any points for Inland. Demanda on the line for Gorge, ripping up right to the top, grabbing that lead jam position. Looked like Inland inland blocker was headed on the way with Demanda there for a moment. Cat attack headed to the penalty box for inland. Demanda picking up 4 points on that last pass. Hanyolo also headed the penalty box for Inland Empire. Wojo still looking for some room, trying to push up to the top of that pack. Only 2 blockers left, Kimbo Slice and Aftermath holding that wall together. Right through that pack, Demanda slipping through. Cat attack getting a destroying the pack call there. Gonna head to the penalty box for Inland Empire. Demanda finding a lineup around the top. Managing to take full advantage of it. That pack in reform there in corner 1. Wojo not able to push through after that first scoring pass, though, putting 5 points on the board in the Empire. Looks like All-Stars taking a timeout. 18 points on the board for All-Stars in that last jam. Fish slap on the line for Gorge Roller Derby. Bambino on the line for Inland Empire. Fish slap finding that lead jam position early, getting that inside line cut. Bambino with the star in the hand already, trying to create a little bit of confusion, get a little bit of help. Bambino stuck right behind that wall of black there, getting knocked to the outside. Pickle, Peach, and Machete at the top of that wall. Face bounder with that recycle there on Bambino. Fish slap around that outside in that jamming position for the All-Stars. Managing to come through on 4, but looking a little bit slower here on this second scoring pass. Fish slap getting knocked to that inside line and calling it off. Rolling Raptor on the line for the All-Stars. Trying to get that lead jam position early, get knocked to that inside line. Terrorist looking for some holes on that outside wall. Raptor managing to slip around the top of that pack, grab that lead jam position for Gorge Roller Derby. Raptor through for 4. Terrorist still looking for some room in the back of that pack. Terrorist with a star pass to Kara Lightning. Raptor headed to the penalty box for the All-Stars. That's going to make this a power jam situation for Inland Empire. All they got to do is maximize on it and get their jammer out. Raptor out of the penalty box there right at the end of that jam, coming to an end. Carol Lightning not able to really maximize on that star pass right at the very end, but managed to keep a good push against the back of that pack. Both teams just grinding this game out so far. Auntie Faye trying to get a run up the outside or inside wall there for that lead jam position early, getting knocked out, recycling. Right up into the front though, Quiet Riot looks like managing to get that lead jam position for Inland. Nice change of momentum for Inland Empire as they push to the top of that pack on a scoring pass and call off the jam. A nice strike and retreat. 3:30 left on the clock here in this first half. Wojo on the line for Inland Empire. Notice she wrote on the line for Gorge Roller Derby. Nerder, she wrote in that lead jam position there, keeping that pressure up. Wojo coming in the back, forcing that call off there. Nice strong play from Inland Empire, only giving 2 points away to Gorge. 1:40 left on this clock. This might be our last jam for this half. We will find out. A little bit of pinball in there in the back. Demanda taking the star off the helmet, managing to slip through on that inside line. Bambino in that lead jam position, moving right along. 4 points on the board already. Quite a change of pace here as we end this first half. One last jam, it looks like. Fish slap on the line for Gorge Roller Derby. Terrorist on the line for Inland Empire. Fish slap out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Terrorist looking for some room, getting knocked to that inside wall. Having to recycle, looks like back behind Peach. Some heavy defense there in the middle from Face Pounder. Just pushing that pack apart. Inland Empire trying to gain control of the center of that track. Cat attack with that star pass catch for Inland Empire. Getting knocked to that outside wall. Once again, having to recycle back behind Peach there. Fish slap. Back up against that front wall in that lead jam position with 8 points on the board. Cat attack taking advantage of that pack getting pushed up together, managing to get out on that scoring pass. And we got an official review for Inland Empire right there at the start of the halftime. We'll find out what that official review is shortly. No, but they called an official review. Why is it counting up? It wasn't a second ago. Oh, there it goes. All right. We'll find out what that official review was when we come back to the second half. Until then, we got Inland Empire 36, Gorge Roller Derby All-Stars 120. Welcome to the first half being done of the Cascadian Clash of the first game. This is like 4% of the way there.
You are watching the 2025 Cascadian Clash, a WFTDA tournament hosted by Gorge Roller Derby.
We are back for round 2. Our second half, Gorge Roller Derby All-Stars versus Inland Empire Roller Derby. Starting off this second half. Quiet right on the line for Inland Empire. Grabbing that lead jam position. Rolling Raptor on the line for All-Stars. Looking for some room in the back with the star in the hand. Quiet Ride calling it off, picking up 4 points. Nice strong play there from Inland Empire starting out the second half. Auntie Faye trying to run it up on that outside line, not able to keep it in. Spicy Icy, though, finding that inside line and taking it, grabbing that lead jam position. We have quite a change of momentum already going on here in this second half. Auntie Faye coming in on that initial pass, quiet ride, getting that the call it cry from the bench. Wojo on the line for Inland Empire. Nerder She Wrote on the line for Gorge Roller Derby. Right up to the top, Wojo managing to push that pack clean. Nerder coming out right behind. Wojo trying to slip through, pick up some points, call it off. This is like either jammer did so. Demanda on the line for Gorge, grabbing that lead jam position. Bambino on the line for Inland Empire. Terrorist on the line for Inland Empire. Fish Slap on the line for Gorge Roller Derby. Fish Slap grabbing that lead jam position early, but finding a bit of resistance here in that pack now from Inland Empire. Terrorist still looking for some room in the back. Fish Slap still pushing hard at the front. Fish Slap finding a gap on the outside, manages to slip around. Terrorist with the star in the hand, manages to juke out to that outside wall and push that momentum forward. Peach and Kimbo slice headed to the penalty box for Gorge. That's going to leave that wall short there. Fish Slap in the back, pushing hard on space. Fish Slap getting recycled. Terrorists finding that opening, managing to get through and pick up 4 points. Fish Slap calling it off. Just a lot of really, really tight defense being played. It's an impressive way. Quiet riot for Inland Empire in that jamming position. Rolling Raptor trying to work on that inside line. Coming down hard, having to recycle back behind the pack. Quiet riot, though, in the meantime, pushing hard up through the top, picking up that lead jam position for Inland. Inland really trying to work the top of that pack open so that they can let their jammers skate right through it. Rolling Raptor getting through the top on that initial pass. Quiet riot. Right up to the top, getting knocked to that inside wall. Raptor making it around the top, picking up 4 points. Quiet riot pushing through, picking up 4 points on that outside of corner 3 and 4. Big hit going down on the outside. Machete and Cat Attack. Right into that opening, but not able to execute it. Raptor getting knocked to that outside wall. Pickle holding on as long as they could to Quiet Riot, but Quiet Riot through for 4 points. Inland Empire stacking it up, 12 so far in this jam. $12 points for both jammers in that last jam, 61-147. Gorge. Right up through the top, grabbing that lead jam position, Auntie Faye. Spicy Icy, though, not far behind. Going to keep that pressure on Gorge. Hopefully going to get some points of their own. Auntie Faye getting recycled way back. Looks like even potentially picking up a penalty, actually, there. Making that a power jam there for Spicy Icy. Quick little 30-second power jam, never hurt anybody. Peach with a big recycle there in the back. Looks like Stonewall headed to the penalty box there. That 30-second power jam ending for Spicy Icy. Auntie Faye out of the penalty box. Pushing through right up to the top, managing to get through on a scoring pass there, picking up 4 points. I think we're going to see this jam go the full 2. Spicy Icy once again in the back, looking for some room to get through. Auntie Faye coming around the outside wall. Picking up a penalty in the process, picking up a track cut there. That's going to make that a power jam once again for the remainder of this jam as it comes to an end. That track cut is going to land Auntie Faye on the jamming position again for this jam. It's probably got another 15 seconds or so on that penalty clock before they're going to get released. Had a quick little official timeout there. Inland already with one in the penalty box. Auntie Faye in the penalty box in that jamming position starting out this jam for Gorge. Wojo out there had about almost a full 20 seconds, it looked like. Power jam situation. Wojo up to the front, though, managing to get that lead jam position for Inland. About 13 minutes into this first half here. 154 All-Stars. $65 Inland Empire. We got on the line Bambino for Inland Empire right now. Nerder, she wrote on the line for Gorge. Nerder finding an outside opening, manages to run right through it, grab that lead jam position. Bambino getting pinballed in the middle of that pack, it looks like. Trying to work around Machete and Peach and manages to do so, getting through on that initial pass. Bambino at the top of the pack, pushing hard against that Gorge wall. Nerder, she wrote, at the back, pushing against that Inland Empire wall, all in red. Bambino trying to run through that inside line and not able to keep it clean, gets knocked to that inside wall. Peach and Fleetwood Smack just running a two-way wall here right now on Bambino. That Bambino's been trying to get through. Nerder, she wrote, having about the same difficulty getting past two of the Inland Empire's blockers. Nerder finding some room at the top, manages to get around the Bambino, doing the same thing, manages to find a nice line around that outside wall, getting through for 4. Nerder, she wrote, in that lead jam position, 4 points on the board, 10 seconds left on the jam clock. Nerder calls it off. Right up to the front. Big, heavy hits. Demand again taken down right at the top of the pack there, trying to keep it after losing a little bit of that momentum in that lead jam position. Terrorist with a star pass there to Kara Lightning. Looks like Kara Lightning picking up a track cut. Demanda coming out of that corner with some speed, but finding a nice solid wall of red there to greet them. Demand again recycled, calling off the jam, locking in Kara Lightning in that jamming position for Inland Empire in that penalty box, starting this jam off. Only a few seconds, I can imagine, on that penalty left. Fish slap, jamming for Gorge. Kara Lightning grabbing that lead jam position after coming out of the penalty box, starting this jam off. Inland Empire looking for a bit of a momentum change here. Both jammers just locked up behind their opposing packs. Kara Lightning not having much luck getting around the top of that Gorge All-Star wall. Looks like, though, one of the Inland Empires coming in to help and assist break that pack up. Fish slap, though, able to take advantage of that wall getting a little bit smaller and push him out of the way there. Kara Lightning still in that lead jam position. Star pass there for Inland Empire to cat attack. Rolling Raptor in that lead jam position for Gorge. A lot of fast motion and heavy hits there happen in that pack as it's now very spread out, we see here, as they're anticipating a lot more speed and motion. Ten minutes left in this second half. Auntie Faye on the line for Gorge. Wojo on the line for Inland Empire. Auntie Faye in that lead jam position. And this pack starting to move fast here. Ani Fei getting knocked to the outside, calling it off. Picking up 2 points for Gorge there. Inland Empire not able to get any on the board. That pack was moving. Bambino grabbing that lead jam position for Inland Empire. Looks like a little bit of confusion on who the lead jammer was there for just a sec. Not unnormal when that much speed moving. But Bambino calling it off. Nerder she wrote, not able to get through. Looks like we got a timeout being called. An official timeout.
Shout out. Shout out to Empower Yoga, infrared, hot, warm, and cold yoga downtown the Dalles.
We're still just hanging out in an official timeout. Right off the bat. Demanda grabbing that lead jam position for the Gorge All-Stars. Looks like Terrorist trying to find some room in there. Has that star in the hand for Inland Empire. Terrorist finding some room, but makes a star pass. We see they're maximizing on that successfully. Stonewall able to put 4 points on the board there. The nice hard push for Inland Empire. Demanda putting 16 on the board there for Gorge Roller Derby. 194 All-Stars, 77 Inland. Right onto the front, grabbing that lead jam position. Quiet Riot. Looks like a star pass there to Peach Cobbler. Peach Cobbler gonna lose that chance to maximize there. Quiet Riot calling that jam off. Spicy Icy on the line for Inland Empire. Rolling Raptor on the line for Gorge Roller Derby. Spicy Icy trying to push against that back wall. Gorge Roller Derby's 3-wall just rotating through there. And now we see a whole bunch of Inland Empire's red jerseys infiltrate that black rotating triangle there we saw from Gorge. Rolling Raptor out in front with that lead jam position after a big hard push. Spicy Icy still looking for some room in the back of that pack to make that jump. And we see a star pass there to Stonewall. And we got our timeout being called.
Shout out to Everybody's Brewing, located downtown White Salmon, home of the finest craft beer and scratch food on the Washington side of the gorge.
And we're on our team timeout for Inland Empire. Auntie Faye trying to find some space, trying to just any way they can get through that top of that pack. They manages to do so there as well. Grabbing that lead jam position. Wojo for Inland Empire looking for some space as well in the back of that pack. Looks like no initial pass there for Wojo in the back of that pack for Inland Empire. Nerder, she wrote, on the line for Gorge. Wojo in the penalty box for Inland Empire. Nerder starting this off in a power jam situation. Nerder getting knocked to that inside line, having to recycle. We're seeing that whole inland pack just moving backwards slowly. Wojo released out of the penalty box, coming and looking to take advantage of that slow motion happening there. Nerder calling off that jam. 2:03.79. Currently 1:30 left on the clock. Demanda on the line for Gorge. Bambino on the line for Inland Empire. Bambino pushing out to the top of that pack nice and quick, grabbing that lead jam position. We see Gorge trying to bridge that no gap pack. We're hearing some penalties being issued there. Bambino through for 4 now. Putting 12 on the board so far. That period clock has come to an end. That jam clock has almost come to an end. Taking this one down to the literal last drop. Demanda, looks like out of that penalty box, making that inside line hop. Right there at the buzzer. 15 points on the board for Inland Empire Roller Derby. What a jam for Inland. 94-203 is our unofficial score. And that concludes our first game of the Cascadian Clash. Please make some noise for both of our teams. This morning, it's still morning. We still haven't gotten to afternoon yet. Please put your hands together for Inland Empire Roller Derby. Please put your hands together for Gorge Roller Derby All-Stars. Both teams will advance in this accordingly along the bracket, which you can check just out in the lobby. In the meantime, we will see you later in just a short little bit. We are into game 2. In just a little over 30 minutes, we will have bout 2 here starting. You can watch Gorge play again today. Gorge All-Stars will advance and play on Coyote Country Roller Derby at 4 p.m. this afternoon. And Inland Empire will play tomorrow at 10 a.m. in our first bout of the morning.
You are watching the 2025 Cascadian Clash, a WFTDA tournament hosted by Gorge Roller Derby.
We are 1 minute and 10 seconds away from starting our second game of the Cascadian Clash. Skating in round 2, we got Elevated Roller Derby versus Humboldt Roller Derby. Starting off this first half, we got Banff and Mad Plow Disease. Bamf skating for elevated roller derby. Sugar Rush for Humboldt. Sugar Rush finding some room around that outside. Fighting Girlfriend for elevated roller derby and Clover Kill for Humboldt roller derby. Elevated's Jammer headed to the penalty box there. That's going to be a 30-second power jam for Clover, or for Fighting Girlfriend, who's currently in that lead jam position. Fighting Girlfriend managing to push up through the top after having to be let go by Humboldt roller derby's pack there, that last defender. Clover Kill out of the penalty box. Looking for some room up at the top of that pack, starting to press that pack out, manages to do so, getting that initial pass. Eight points on the board for elevated in that last jam. Chakra Punch on the line for Humboldt roller derby. Meep Meep on the line for elevated roller derby. Meep Meep grabbing that lead jam position. Chakra Punch in the back. Gonna keep that pressure on Meep. Meep out to the outside line and calls it off. Chakra Punch not able to get any points in the end, but only 2 going to elevated. Otter Pop for Humboldt, pushing out early, grabbing that lead jam position. Elevated roller derby's Jammer giving a star pass off. Humboldt calling it off. No action happening, picking up 4 points. Quick strike and retreat. Banff on the line for elevated roller derby. Not Lisa on the line for Humboldt. Definitely not Lisa. Banff getting knocked to that inside. Or not Lisa was. Banff out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for elevated. Humboldt getting a star pass onto Sugar Rush. Sugar Rush going to try to maximize on that as quickly as possible. Banff in that lead jam position. Through for 4 more. Banff just up against the back calls it off. Mad Plow Disease picking up that lead jam position for Humboldt. Humboldt looking to gain a little bit of control here. Both jammers finding solid walls to skate up against. Humboldt picking up a penalty, it looks like. Failure to reform. Fighting Girlfriend in that jamming position for elevated roller derby. Able to get through on that initial. Mad Plow Disease calling it off. Oh, she's about to get in trouble. Meep grabbing that lead jam position for elevated. Cloverkill in that jamming position for Humboldt. Slam Chowder headed to the penalty box in that pivot position for Humboldt as well. Meep picking up 4 points on a nice clean scoring pass there. Meep on the outside, finding some room, managing to slip right through. 4 more points on the board for elevated. Cloverkill in that jamming position, headed to the penalty box. That is going to make that a power jam. There'll be just a little over 8 seconds left on the clock, it looks like, when that penalty is over. Meep got 30 seconds on the clock. Calling it off. Rekka on the line for Elevated, grabbing that lead jam position. Cloverkill just coming out of the penalty box for Humble. Oh, nice big hit there in the back. Rekka getting up and skating it right off. Meep calling it off. Elevated putting an 8 on the board in that last 12, actually, in that last jam. 17:40 left on the clock. Humboldt 15, Elevated 54. Chakra punch, pushing out, grabbing that lead jam position with the star in the hand, though. Rekka making it through the top of that pack on that initial pass. Chakra looking for some room, looking for some help as well. Looks like the lead in through that pack from one of their blockers. A little pirouette at the top. Rekka making clearance on that pack. Chakra punch through, pick it up 4. We're calling that jam off. I've never heard so many officials simultaneously call the same call at the same time. But a false start was officialed to white 7-0-0, I believe. Definitely a false start happening there. Regardless of that, Fighting Girlfriend out for Elevated Roller Derby, grabbing that lead jam position. And Humboldt having it. Imagine here, Humboldt looking for a little bit of a momentum change. Back from that team timeout. Meep on the line for Elevated, pushing right up to the top. Mad Plow Disease for Humboldt. In that jamming position. Big hit there right in the middle. Elevated losing one of their pack skaters to that in a penalty. And then Elevated calling that jam off right there in that corner, preventing any points from going to Humboldt there. 4 points on the board for Elevated. 0 points in that last jam, once again, for Humboldt. Looking to change that momentum. Clover kill on the line for Humboldt. Lost in Your Thighs on the line for Elevated. Lost getting recycled way back there, having to restart that push. Clover kill stuck in that second wall. Clover kill finding a push on that inside wall, manages to get out. Lost in Your Thighs, not far behind though. Humboldt ending that jam off, not wanting to give any points away. 1965 Elevated still in the lead. Right onto the front, Banff picking up that lead jam position for Elevated. Chakra punch, looking for some room on that inside line. Chakra with the star in the hand. Not sure if they're looking for a star pass. No, it just looks like a run out. Chakra able to use that to their advantage. Chakra coming out right behind on that initial pass behind Banff, who is on a scoring pass. Banff picking up 4. A little jammer on jammer action there. Shocker punch caught on that inside line, just running out of steam. Banff getting knocked on the outside. Fighting Girlfriend getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Elevated. Otter Pop pushing hard, managing to stretch that pack out quick and get out on that initial pass. Girlfriend to the outside, calls it off, not wanting to give anything away. 75-21, 11 minutes left in this first half. Meep on the line for Elevated. A lot of pushing. Not Lisa Looking for an inside line run there, making it happen, it looks like. Getting out on that initial pass. Meep Meep in that lead jam position, calling it off. Humboldt having to put in a lot of effort there to get their jammer out of that pack. Matt Plowdisease on the line for Humboldt. Trying to find some room at the top of that pack. Getting caught in what is just a madness of skates there on the floor. Rekka trying to find that outside line, not able to get it. Matt Plowdisease pushes up to the top, grabs that lead jam position for Humboldt. Mad looking for an inside line hop, not able to get a clean one, having to recycle back behind the pack. Rekka just been stopped in their tracks by Humboldt for the first minute of that jam. Big hits there. Banff going in hard. Clamp or clover kill for Humboldt. Trying to push right through the middle of the pack. Banff grabbing that lead jam position quick and early. Elevated once again in control, but clover kill managing to push that pack out and get out past on that initial pass. Four points there on the board. Banff putting four more on. Nice little line hop there. Making it all kosher. Banff picking up four more in that pass. A pirouette to a back slappy on the floor with 3 points on the board there. 4 on the board for Humboldt. 27-92. 6 minutes left in this first half. Chakra punch on that inside line, trying to get an easy opening, but getting recycled just back behind the pack. Fighting Girlfriend. Doesn't look like having much better luck there. The top of that pack. Chakra punch getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Humboldt. Girlfriend getting out on that initial pass, that star in the hand. Hard hit there coming in the back, Girlfriend. Almost getting knocked outside of the track there. Chakra punch calling off the jam. Meep Meep on the line for Elevated. Otter Pop on the line for Humboldt. Three points in that last jam for Elevated. Just under 4 minutes left in this first half, 96-29. Grabbing that lead jam position, Lost in Your Thighs. See that Humboldt wall bracing up to catch. Lost in Your Thighs there in the back. Not Lisa, struggling to get through the top of that wall from Elevated. Lost in Your Thighs, still trying to push through the middle of that pack, having quite a bit of difficulty. Not Lisa, almost getting that pack stretched out, but has a little bit more to go before that blocker just has to let them skate by. Both jammers just at a pushing contest here. You can see it, Not Lisa is pushing with all of the steam they have. Lost in Your Thighs, picking up a penalty, headed to the penalty box. Probably gonna have to sit over jams here as it looks like the penalty or the jam clock and their penalty time are quite a bit different. We've got to see a lot of help here coming in. Humboldt trying to get anybody they can into a better position so they can get Not Lisa through that pack. What a push. And we got a timeout being called. Looks like an official review for Humboldt. See if we see anything here on the replay. Hard to tell. There was a lot of just brick wall pushing happening during that jam. So could be a few things that they want to call an official review for. We'll find out here in a moment. Yeah, did you show up for a roller derby tournament? You could leave with a new car. You have to purchase the car and have credit to purchase said car. But if you do, we have a great sponsor that can help you do that. All right, so we're understanding here just an official review used as a timeout. They were running towards the end of the half. Starting this jam. Lost in your thighs coming out of the penalty box. And Mad Plow Disease grabbing that lead jam position for Humboldt. Looks like Humboldt picking up 4 points, quickly calling it off. Humboldt has really managed to slow down Elevated's ascent on the scoreboard. Hopefully they can maximize that on the second half. Right up into the front, Cloverkill grabbing that lead jam position for Humboldt. Banff looking for some room in the back of that wall. And they picked up a penalty in the process. I was going to make this a 30-second power jam. Definitely the last jam of this half as that period clock is coming to an end. In that power jam situation, still Cloverkill looking for some room, but got 4 points on the board and in full control of this jam so far. Cloverkill calling it off. And there we have it. That is halftime. 101 Elevated Roller Derby, 41 Humboldt Roller Derby. And if you're not already familiar, you can check out the tournament bracket on our website, gorgerollerderby.com. You can see the teams, you can see the live bracket as it progresses throughout the day. I believe. Definitely a false start happening there. Regardless of that, Fighting Girlfriend out for Elevated Roller Derby, grabbing that lead jam position. Nice little line. Are quite a bit different. We've got to see a lot of help here coming in. Humboldt trying to get anybody they can into a better position so they can get Not Lisa through that pack. What a push.
You are watching the 2025 Cascadian Clash, a WFTDA tournament hosted by Gorge Roller Derby.
Woo! We are back for the second half. Currently 101. Gorge Roller Derby. 41 Humboldt. A little technical delay there, but we are back. Starting this jam off in our second half, Meep Meep on the line for Elevated Roller Derby. Mad Plow Disease on the line for Humboldt Roller Derby. Both jammers taking a trip to the laundromat as they're just spinning back to front on this pack as they make a little bit of distance. And their opposing pack is knocking them out. Meep Meep with the run up to the top. Fighting that last blocker off. Manages to do it, get that lead jam position. Meep Meep through on a scoring pass, picking up 4 points. Mad Plow Disease looking for some room still. Really fighting to get through on that pack with a star in the hand. Mad Plow Disease picking it up with a star pass, handing it off to Sugar Rush, who manages to get through on that initial. Elevated, putting 2 more points on the board in that last pass, 107-41. We're seeing a lot more solid walls here from Humble already starting this second half off. Right up through the front, grabbing that lead jam position, Fighting Girlfriend. Clover Kill for Humble Roller Derby, grabbing that lead jam position. Fighting Girlfriend still in the back of the pack, looking for some space. Two points on the board for Humboldt in that last jam. Rekka on the line for Elevated Roller Derby. Chakra Punch on the line for Humboldt. Chakra looking for some room in the back of that pack, getting pinballed around just a little bit, manages to push up to the top and getting through on that initial. Rekka in the back still. Oh, sorry, we didn't see that. Rekka in the penalty box there, actually, for Elevated. Chakra Punch looking for some room again on the outside. Back to the inside. Pinballing around just a little bit as we see our recycle here. Rekka out of the penalty box, pushing hard on that Humboldt wall. No pack situation develops there. Chakra taking advantage of that opening on that inside wall. Rekka up at the top of that pack. Pushing hard, looking for some help too. Solid jam from both jammers there. 11 points on the board for Humboldt. Looks like 8 on the board for Elevated. Otter Pop on the line for Humboldt. Banff on the line for Elevated. Banff pushing at the top of that pack. Only had one blocker to get past, but Otter Pop finding a room around the outside, managing to stretch that out. Banff taking full advantage of that stretched out pack and manages to push right through, grab that lead jam position. Oh no, it's a no pass, no penalty there. As we see Otter Pop slip out from the top, call it off. Right off that whistle, basically, Meep Meep grabbing that lead jam position for Elevated. Finding an opening and running through it. Mad Plow Disease getting through on that initial pass. Mad Plow with a little assistance there from their pack, trying to get through, create an opening, not able to maximize on the situation. Seeing that pack regroup right there towards that pivot line once again. And looks like we might have a hard hit there. We are on an official timeout. Looks like we have transitioned from an official timeout to an official review. We will find out what that official review is in just a moment. All right, that didn't sound complicated at all, but the jammer was issued a penalty there at the end of that jam. And that's what the official review was being called on by Elevated Roller Derby. Elevated will retain the call, although their jammer will serve a penalty on another call had to do with a contact with a blocker. Regardless, the time will be time served. But again, Elevated Roller Derby will retain their official review. There will be a penalty served. My understanding was it has to do with the jammer right at the end with all the blockers being down and being called on a cut. It was not accurate. Starting this jam off, Clover kill on the line for Humboldt, grabbing that lead jam position nice and early. Through for 4. We're really seeing Humboldt slow down that progress that Elevated's been making throughout this game. And they're starting to reel in that lead just slightly. More importantly, we're seeing quite a difference in gameplay from both teams as they're adapting to each other's new strategies. I think we see a star in the hand in the air. Right on that inside line, looking for an easy opening Clover kill, trying to get through. Meep Meep out of that penalty box from that previous jam with the star in the hand. Potentially going for a star pass, but we don't see that pivot. Looking for that action so far. And a star pass there from Meep Meep to Kel's Inferno. Cloverkill calling it off. Putting 11 points on the board. Humboldt really starting to make a strike back here. 68-124. Chakra punch on the line for Humboldt. Fighting Girlfriend grabbing that lead jam position. Fighting Girlfriend at the top of that pack, looking for some room, managing to push out through the top. Chakra Punch still trying to get around the top of that wall there. Looks like a star pass being initiated. Chakra Punch handing it off to Sugar Rush. Sugar Rush able to get through that top on that initial pass. Elevated calling off that jam, putting 16 points on the board. Starting this jam off right out of the top. Otter Pop grabbing that lead jam position for Humble with some serious speed. Kel's Inferno right out of the pack on that initial pass for Elevated Roller Derby. Otter Pop to the outside, calling it off. Kel's Inferno going for a slip and slide ride through corner 1 and 2. Looks like we got a timeout being called for Humboldt Roller Derby. Or no official review, Humboldt. Humboldt, or it looks like we had a official review loss there for Humboldt. They were looking for contact with the jammer right at the end, and they did not get it. Bamp for Elevated Roller Derby, just blowing through the back of that pack like they weren't even there. Sassa Thrash. Looks like grabbing that star pass for Humboldt. All the way back out. Sass one more time grabbing that scoring pass. Big hit there at the top of that pack. Sass clearing that pack for 4. Elevated Jammer calling that jam off. Banff not want to give any points away. Starting this jam off, nearly sprinting out of the pack. Both jammers not even waiting for the pack to get formed up. Meep Meep grabbing that lead jam position for Elevated. Chakra Punch getting that initial pass for Humboldt. Meep Meep calling it off. Halfway through this first half, it looks like we got a timeout being called for Humboldt. We are back from that team timeout. Again, that was Humboldt Roller Derby's team timeout. 15 minutes left. Fighting Girlfriend on the line for Elevated Roller Derby. Pushing right to the top, grabbing that lead jam position. Otter Pop making that initial pass and sprinting out of that pack for Humboldt. Both packs just flying around the corner there. Rekka on the line for Elevated Roller Derby. Mad Plow Disease for Humboldt. That pack starting to spread out there. Humboldt trying to hold on as long as they could to Rekka, but Rekka pushing that pack out. Little jammer on pivot action there. Cloverkill on the line for Humboldt. Banff on the line for Elevated. Banff picking up a penalty. That's going to make this a 30-second power jam situation for Cloverkill. Cloverkill trying to push that pack out as far as they can. With a hard push out there, Elevated throwing their defense at it. Finally getting out of there. Bantho out of the penalty box as well, making through on that initial pass. Cloverkill in that lead jam position. Running in and picking up 2 points and calling it off. Meep Meep on the line for Elevated Roller Derby. Chakra Punch jamming for Humboldt. Chakra getting out in front, making that initial pass. Meep Meep in that lead jam position, almost shoulder to shoulder as they're skating in there to that pack. Meep Meep out in the front, trying to push as far as they can on that white wall. Chakra Punch pushing through, picking up 4 points. Meep Meep kicking out of the pack after not being able to get through and calling off the jam. Looks like picking up 3 points, though, in the process. 90 to 160. 10.5 minutes left in our second half here of our second bout of the Cascadian Clash. Fighting Girlfriend on the line for Elevated Roller Derby. Otter Pop on the line for Humboldt. Otter Pop pushing out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Humboldt. 9:30 left on the clock, and it looks like it's a power jam situation. Fighting Girlfriend headed to the penalty box. Not sure what the penalty was there, but that's going to be a 30-second power jam situation for Otter Pop, who's slipping out of that pack once again, picking up 4 points for Humboldt Roller Derby. Nine minutes left here. 4 more points on the board for Humboldt. Otter Pop slipping through and picking up 4 more there. Otter Pop getting caught in a wall of white there from Humboldt Roller Derby. Managing to push through. Fighting Girlfriend coming out of the penalty box with some massive speed. Manages to get through on that initial pass, and Otter Pop calling it off, putting 12 points on the board before they do so. Elevated not getting any in that jam. 102-160. Humboldt definitely reeling it in here. 8 minutes left. We're going to see how this goes. This could get really close here. Matt Plow Disease on the line for Humboldt. Lost in Your Thighs. Grabbing that lead jam position for Elevated Roller Derby. That initial pass, though, getting taken there by Mad Plow Disease. They're going to be able to keep the pressure on Elevated here. Lost in Your Thighs, calling it off. Elevating ended that jam. Three points on the board in that last jam for Elevated. Banff on the line for Elevated Roller Derby. Cloverkill on the line for Humboldt. Banff trying to push through the top. Cloverkill right in front, or right in behind. Both jammers almost leaving that pack shoulder to shoulder. And we're seeing that pack pick up some serious speed here. Try to slow those jammers down. Banff calling it off, picking up 4 points. Humboldt picking up 2 in that last jam. Actually, Elevated picking up 5 and 2 for Humboldt. 104-168, 5:45 left on the clock. Chakra Punch on the line for Humboldt Roller Derby. Meep Meep on the line for Elevated. Chakra Punch trying to push that pack apart at the top, managing to do so. Some heavy, heavy hits there. Chakra pushing right up through, grabbing that lead jam position for Humboldt. Kel's Inferno grabbing a star pass for Elevated Roller Derby. Kel managing to get up through on that initial pass. Chakra looking for some space and calling it off, not wanting to give any points away. Looks like a little bit of a hard hit there. Four and a half minutes left. 107 Humboldt, 168 Elevated. Fighting Girlfriend grabbing that lead jam position for Elevated Roller Derby. Otter Pop on the line for Humboldt. That pack spread way out there, all the way through corner 1 and 2. Elevated calling the jam off. Rekka on the line for Elevated. Mad Plow Disease on the line for Humble. Plow looking for some space at the top. Mad Plow Disease finding a really solid three wall there from Elevated. Getting recycled out on the outside of corner 1 and 2. Rekka finally pushing up through the top of that pack, managing to get that lead jam position cleanly. Hard hit there to the outside. Mad Plow Disease with that star in their hand getting knocked out. Having to recycle to the back of the pack. Rekka managing to juke their way through the top of that pack and grab 4 more. Mad able to push in on that outside or inside line. Or no, Rotten Tula core, sorry, with the star pass there. Rotten picking up that star pass, getting through on that initial. And Rekka calling it off. 1.5 minutes left. And I got a timeout being called for Humboldt. 107.77. This is one of those types of games where everybody's going to have the most intense bruises on their shoulders tomorrow. Hanging out in a team timeout still for Humboldt. Starting this jam off, very potentially the last or second to last jam of this game. Bamf grabbing that lead jam position for Humboldt, or for Elevated. Clover kill in that jamming position for Humboldt. Bamf with some hard pushes up around the backside, able to take that speed right through the top of the pack. Some nice sideways skating there to get through the top. Cloverkill with the star in their hand, trying to help create some distraction. Has to recycle back behind the entire pack there after getting hit out. And a star pass there to Sugar Rush. Sugar Rush getting right through, making that initial pass. Putting the pressure on. 25 seconds on the clock. Looks like we are going to see one more jam. And a timeout being called. Looks like Elevated calling a timeout. Or no, an official review. Sorry, not an official review. Looks like it is just a team timeout. Starting off this last jam of this bout. Chakra Punch in that jamming position for Humboldt. Meep Meep jamming for Elevated. Meep Meep right up to the front. Able to slip through, grab that lead jam position. Chakra Punch still caught behind that wall of green. Elevated losing, or Humboldt losing one of their pack to the penalty box. Chakra Punch and managing to slip through the pack after taking that star off the helmet. Meep Meep up to the top, not giving away any points in true tradition and calling off the jam. 197 to 107. Make some noise for Elevated Roller Derby. Make some noise for Humboldt Roller Derby. We are hot to get back on the track. Thank you guys so much for watching that game. We will be back here. We're going to have teams warming up in just about a minute back on this track. I believe. Definitely a false start happening there. Regardless of that, Fighting Girlfriend out for Elevated Roller Derby, grabbing that lead jam position. And don't go anywhere. Next up, we have our exhibition bout this afternoon. Rose City Rollers Wreckers versus Gorge Roller Derby's Blood N Gorge. And that bout will start as closely to 2 o'clock as we can get it.
You are watching the 2025 Cascadian Clash, a WFTDA tournament hosted by Gorge Roller Derby.
Decimation, number 814, Edward Scullin. Number 83, Macy DC. Number 873, Danger Moose. Number 990, Bullet Ants. Make some noise for the Rose City Roller Wreckers. Skating tonight for the Blood N Gorge, number 005, Smother Goose. Number 1, Just Audrey. Number 327, Crybaby. Number 272, Aaron Ishii. Number 235, Heisenbrod. Number B52, J-Bomb. Number 666, Foxy Slady. Number 525, Rat Scallion. Number 57, Choppin' Broccoli. Number 108, Murph. Number 2912, Scoldy Knox. Number 716, Cider Gravy. Number 81, OT Rex. Number 1776, Roll V Wade. And number 143, Big Dick Energy. Make some noise for the Blood N Gorge. Yeah. Yep. Why is this saying that it's connected even though the screen's off? Strange. Ooh, that was a good way to start the exhibition match. This is not a sanctioned game. Well, it might be, but it's not in the tournament. Starting off this jam, we got Gay Fury and Crybaby in the jamming positions. Crybaby picking up a penalty right in that first bit of chaos there. Gay Fury looking for some room at the top of that pack. connected, but I shouldn't be connected. Roe v. Wade on the line for Blood N Gorge. Bullet Ant on the line for Wreckers. Roe v. Wade grabbing that lead jam position for Blood N Gorge. Bullet Ant looking for some room in the back of that pack. Roe v. Wade up through the front, picking up 4 more. Been 12 on the board so far. Bullet Ant in the penalty box there with that star in the hand. Gnarly grabbing that star pass from Bullet Ant there right at the end of that. And Wade calling off that jam, picking up 4 more, looks like. 16 points on the board there for Roe v. Wade. Diddley squat on the line for the Wreckers. Just Audrey for Blood N Gorge. Audrey kicking out on that initial pass. Wreckers forced to call it off. 4 points up there on the board for the Wreckers. 16-24, Blood N Gorge. Quick penalty being issued there to Side of Gravy on Blood N Gorge. Smother Goose, though, out in front with that lead jam position and calling it off. Not giving any points away to the Wreckers there in that jam. Picking up 4 of their own. A little bit of a pile up there going on. Crybaby jamming for Blood N Gorge. Picking up that lead jam position nice and early. Bullet Ant for the Wreckers. Looks like a star pass there. Bullet Ant handing it off to Gnarly Ray Jepson. Crybaby pushing hard on the front of that pack. Not able to maximize, though, on that situation. Gets recycled just slightly in. Coming back in quick enough, though. Crybaby managing to stay from getting recycled to the back. Pushes back out, picks up 4 points. Gnarly, not far behind, though. Going to keep the pressure on. Taking that jam down to the end. 4 points up on the board for the Wreckers there. 12 points on the board for Gorge. Roll out there hard and quick, grabbing that lead jam position for Gorge. Gay Fieri for the Wreckers. Right onto the front, though, Audrey Moore. Or as we know them around here, just Audrey. Grabbing that lead jam position for Blood N Gorge. Star pass, though. Destroyeski. I think it's supposed to be destroy. Oh, Destroyeski. Destroyeski. Out for 4 more. Just Audrey hanging out in the penalty box. Coming close to the end of a power jam situation. Little pile up there in the middle of the track. Through for 4 more. Destroyeski for the Wreckers. Just Audrey out of the penalty box and pushing at the top of that pack already. Putting on 4 more points there. Destroyeski with 12 points on the board after catching that star pass, taking that jam the full 2. 50-38 Wreckers with 38 Blood N Gorge with 50. Trying to lie down and take a nap on the track. Well, that's not allowed. This is roller derby we're playing here. Smother Goose getting down, grabbing that lead jam position for Blood N Gorge. Bullet Ant looking for some room in the back with that star in the hand for the Wreckers. Smother Goose pushing right up on that inside line, manages to slip right through. Had a nice little star pass there to Gnarly Ray Jepson, who manages to get out on that initial pass. Smother Goose calling off the jam. I have a charger probably in my backpack. Cable, the blue one sticking out. Look in that case right there. Oh no, the one underneath, the black one underneath. Underneath, Charlie, underneath the blue thing. Open that up. There should be a wall plug in. She's 16. She can figure it out. Diddley Squad on the line for the Wreckers with that lead jam position. J-Bomb on the line for Blood N Gorge. Diddley Squad with 4 already up there. J-Bomb with 4 up on the board. Crybaby on the line for Blood N Gorge. Gay Fieri on the line for the Wreckers. Crybaby grabbing that lead jam position for Blood N Gorge. Gay Fieri getting out there, handing that star off to Dostoyevsky. Crybaby getting slightly recycled there in the back. Dostoyevsky. trying to push right through the middle. Kind of getting derailed that inside line there. Crybaby making it through on 4. Crybaby looking for a push through that pack, kind of just gliding through there as that Wreckers pack having a hard time holding on to them with all of those static Gorge players just sticking in the middle of their pack, making it a little bit difficult to play that defense. 59-81, Blood N Gorge currently in front. Just Audrey out there in that lead jam position for Blood N Gorge. Bullet Ant trying to push at the top of that pack as hard as they can. It looked like a star pass maybe trying to happen. But Bullet Ant having to recycle quite a ways back, it looks like. Just Audrey slipping out to the top, grabbing 4 points there for the scoreboard. Audrey getting caught in a little bit of white there, but just pushing it across the track, maximizing that space that they have to walk that pack away. And a star pass there to Gnarly Ray Jepson. There's been an active pivot position this game for the Wreckers. 59-93, 10:40 left on the clock. Diddley squad for the Wreckers out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Smother Goose for Blood N Gorge. Smother Goose looking for some room, trying to get that initial pass, getting knocked down on that outside line. Diddley squad getting pinballed around just a little bit after making that first initial pass, grabbing that lead jam position, definitely slowing down the momentum here. We see just a big blob of pack skaters happening there. Right around the outside, though, Diddley squad finding an opening, making it happen. Diddley squad finding some room around the outside once again. Side of Gravy trying to close that door down, not able to quick enough. Taking that jam down to the end. 12 points on the board for Wreckers. Blood N Gorge not able to get out there and put any up. 8:35 left on the clock. 71-93. Blood N Gorge. Wreckers definitely reeling that lead in, slowing down that momentum from Blood N Gorge. Well, hard hit there on the outside line. See that Blood N Gorge pivot looking for that recycle, but they didn't get it. Crybaby out on that initial pass. Gay Fieri for the Wreckers with that lead jam position, taking that to an end. And we got a timeout being called for the Wreckers. Just taking a team timeout there. Recalibrate as the Wreckers have started to reel in that lead on Blood N Gorge. Starting this jam off, Just Audrey on the line for Blood N Gorge. Bullet Ant on the line for the Wreckers. Just Audrey getting out in front, but not clean. It was a track cut. That's going to be a power jam situation for Bullet Ant and the Wreckers here, just trying to find a way through the top of that pack. Big hits there in the middle of that pack. A lot of contact, making it really difficult to actually skate through. Bullet Ant managing to do it, taking almost the entire time of that power jam to get through. Just Audrey getting released out of that penalty and is back on the track. Just Audrey making that initial scoring pass. Bullet Ant calling it off. Side of Gravy managing to get out and grab that lead jam position, but didn't manage to get around or past the pack far enough to not get knocked out again. Diddly Squat managing to get through on that initial pass. Side of Gravy, though, managing to get through after getting that lead jam position and now through scoring 4 points. Ooh, a hard hit there in the middle. This just steers it, and this is zoom out and zoom in. Zoom out, zoom in. Yeah, but just a sec. It does it automatically though. So zoom out. Crybaby in that lead jam position for Blood and Gorge. Bullet Ant for the Wreckers. Crybaby finding the line on the inside there, managing to push through. Looks like a back block being issued to Bullet Ant right at the end of that jam. It looks like we got a timeout being called. Feel like I might have saw an official review. Yes, I did. For the Wreckers. We are just seeing an official review there being used as a timeout. Perfectly normal strategy in roller derby. Starting this jam off in a power jam situation, just Audrey jamming for Blood and Gorge, looking for a way up to the top. Bullet Ant in that penalty box for the Wreckers. No, it's because somebody kicked the pole. People keep walking into the tripod that's 4 feet away from anything. Really annoyed with it. Audrey Moore grabbing that lead jam position for Blood and Gorge. Ghoul having that star pass for the Wreckers. A big inside line hop by Gould. Not quite clean, though. Just Audrey working their way around the outside. Taking that jam down to the end. 16 points on the board for just Audrey. And we are at intermission. Welcome to halftime. If you've never been to a roller derby halftime, now is a great time to go and check out our vendors out in the lobby or get yourself some food from our amazing food vendor out there this afternoon. We also have beer available and other snacks as well. Feel free also to get yourself some Gorge Roller Derby merch or just some Cascadian Clash merch to commemorate your roller derby tournament experience today. And if you think this is just a one-day event, no, we are here tomorrow doing the same thing. I told you before, this is not an event for the fans. This is an event for us. If you went home, we would still do this thing. We would just leave the chairs out, so in case you decided to show up, because we do love you for being here. Thank you very much. Lead jam position for Blood N Gorge. Bullet Ant looking for some room in the back with that star in the hand for the Wreckers. Smother Goose pushing right up on that inside line, manages to slip right through. Well, hard hit there on the outside line. See that Blood N Gorge pivot looking for that recycle, but they didn't get it. Crybaby out on that initial pass. Gay Fieri for the Wreckers with that lead jam position, taking that to an end.
You are watching the 2025 Cascadian Clash, a WFTDA tournament hosted by Gorge Roller Derby.
We are back for round two. Welcome to the second half of Wreckers versus Blood N Gorge. Gay Fieri on the line for the Wreckers. Quick call off to that jam, picking up 3 points for Gorge. So just switch cameras. Only if they're like really in that corner and they're stuck there. If they're like sitting there for a minute, and it's like, yeah, switch cameras. But they often will just swing by quick enough. Side of gravy on the line for Blood N Gorge. Bullet Ant for Wreckers. Side of Gravy out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Nice, quick, and early. And a star pass from Bullet Ant. Headed off to Gnarly Ray Jepsen. Diddley squat on the line for the Wreckers. Just Audrey on the line for Blood N Gorge. Diddley squat pushing around the outside, grabbing that lead jam position. And you don't get too tight because they can spread out quick. Just Audrey kicking through. Making that initial pass, Diddley squat in that lead jam position, putting on 4 points and calling it off. A quick strike and retreat. Wreckers trying to regain some of that distance Blood N Gorge has got on them on the scoreboard right now. It's been a nice change of pace for this second half for the Wreckers so far. Only the third jam in, but they've been controlling. Smother Goose grabbing that lead jam position for Blood N Gorge. Gay Fury with a star pass there. Dostoyevsky. Ghoul. Ghoul. I don't got Ghoul out there. I got Dostoyevsky, not Ghoul. It's Dostoyevsky with that star pass grab earlier. Four points in that last pass, 8 altogether for the Wreckers, 8 for Blood N Gorge. That's a 1-for-1. Wreckers are not interested in exchanging hits right now. They're interested in giving them only. Crybaby grabbing that lead jam position for Blood N Gorge. Bullet Ant for the Wreckers. Bullet Ant with that star in the hand managed to get through on that initial pass. Crybaby through on that scoring pass already. Crybaby calling off the jam, picking up 4. $150.97, 25:30 on the clock. Sorry, 24:30 on the clock. Side of Gravy in that jamming position for Blood N Gorge. Grabbing that lead jam position nice and early. Diddley squat managing to push out real quick and get that initial pass. Going to keep the pressure on. Side of Gravy getting that call-it signal from the sidelines, and they managed to do so. Picking up 2 points, not giving away any. Wreckers just 3 points shy of that century mark. Side of Gravy for Blood N Gorge in the penalty box, making this a power jam for Gay Fieri, who's just picked up that lead jam position in that last pass. Looks like we might have an injury there on the track. You're probably fully aware of it now, but roller derby is a full contact sport, and I've said this many times, it's football and wrestling on roller skates at the same time. Injuries are expected. We try to prevent them as well as we can, and guess what? All skaters do an extensive amount of training on the track and are often taught by their coaches and other peers on the track how to avoid serious injuries. And that keeps us playing roller derby safely. Most importantly, though, are our EMTs. They really make sure we stay safe, because without EMTs, if we go down hard and we can't get back up, well, they're the ones who make sure that we're going to be taken somewhere. We'll be okay. They often can fix us right here on the spot, too. They're basically magicians. Put your hands together for Aaron Ishii. Make some noise for our EMTs as well. We seriously need them. We love them. Coming back from that, that was just an injury timeout. We are back for roller derby. Everybody is well. Bullet and on the line for Wreckers, running out there, grabbing that lead jam position. Murph and Side of Gravy released it at the penalty box. Side of Gravy in that jamming position for Blood N Gorge. Side of Gravy trying to push up to the top, getting a nice little spin move and leaving the scene I didn't know we had a ballerina on the track. Apparently we do. Right onto the front, Diddley Squad grabbing that lead jam position for the Wreckers. Just Audrey coming in the back there, looking for some openings. A little bit of a pile up there on that inside corner. Diddley Squad in that lead jam position, getting overtaken by Just Audrey and calling it off. 4 points on the board for the Wreckers. 108, 152. They're reeling it in. Wreckers are still reeling it in. 20 minutes left. It's still anybody's game. Right out to the outside, Gay Fieri trying to find an opening out there. Smother Goose getting ping-ponged around just a little bit on that inside line behind Dostoyevsky. A little bit of a jammer domino effect going on there. Ghoul getting the last little piece of what it looks like an illegal hit there, which knocked down Smother Goose. Dostoyevsky grabbing that star pass. Smother Goose in that lead jam position, though, calling it off. Crybaby in that lead jam position for Blood N Gorge. Bullet Ant for the Wreckers. Crybaby trying to get around that last two blockers, managing to juke into that inside line, pick up 4 points. Bullet Ant with a star pass there to Gnarly Ray Jepson. Eight points on the board for Blood N Gorge. J-Bomb on the line for Blood N Gorge. Diddley Squat, though, grabbing that lead jam position for the Wreckers. Diddley squad giving that cue to go forward, getting that pack some motion. Managed to do so very efficiently, blowing that hole right open, letting Diddley Scott skate through. Chopping Broccoli out of that penalty box for Blood N Gorge. Just Audrey on the line for Blood N Gorge. Gay Fieri on the line for the Wreckers. Just Audrey looking for somewhere to go in the back of that pack, but there is not a whole lot of openings. Dostoyevsky with a nice closing of that inside line real quick. Just Audrey finding an opening and sprinting for it, managing to grab that lead jam position. Gay Fieri still looking for some room in the back. Trying to get a line, but getting shut down on that outside wall. Looks like a track cut being issued there. Yep, that is a track cut being issued to Gay Fieri. That will be a power jam situation for Just Audrey, picking up 4 points, and Audrey calling it off. Team timeout being called there for Blood N Gorge. 164-120. Only a 44-point difference so far. Smother Goose on the line for Blood N Gorge. Gay Fieri in the penalty box. Just Audrey calling off that jam right as Gay Fieri went into the penalty box in the last jam, giving them almost a full, clean 30-second power jam start here. Smother Goose with a big hit there. Anxiety, not able to keep it up on their skates. Right through, pushing up through the top. Smother Goose picking up 4 points. Gay Fieri was waiting for looked like some safety equipment to be delivered to them or re-delivered to them as they were waiting during that penalty. Out of the penalty box, though, Gay Fieri making that first initial pass. Smother Goose with 4 more on that last pass, 8 on the board total in that lead jam position. To the outside wall, calls it off. Not giving away any points to the Wreckers. 172 Blood N Gorge, 120 Wreckers. 12:50 on the clock in this second half. It looks like 173 for Blood N Gorge. Bullet in on the line for the Wreckers. Blood N Gorge sending out Crybaby. Crybaby getting ping-ponged around in the back just a little bit, trying to find any opening. Big fall right there in the middle. Crybaby with that lead jam position and now putting 4 points on the board. A big hit, though, looks like, as we see Daisy Dukes rubbing their chin just ever so slightly. Daisy coming in with a ton of speed there to the back of that pack. Diddley Squad on the line for Wreckers, grabbing that lead jam position. Just Audrey for Blood N Gorge. Diddley Squad just in the front, just ever so slightly. Just Audrey making that initial pass, going to keep the pressure on. Diddley Squad trying to call that jam off. Not give away any points. Both jammers picking up 4. Diddley Squad even looks slightly surprised to that. What are those called? What's that called? I hope you're not dyslexic right now, because the score is definitely dyslexia. 182 Blood N Gorge, 128 Wreckers. J-Bomb on the line for Blood N Gorge. Gay Fieri on the line for Wreckers. Gay Fieri picking up that lead jam position. J-Bomb still struggling in the back to get through that initial pass, as that wall of white is proving to be quite difficult. Gay Fieri finding 4 more points in that last pass. Both those packs just getting smashed together. There's a sandwich shop now on corners 1 and 2 where that pack was smashed together. J-Bomb making it out on that initial pass. Gay Fieri is still trying to get through after that first scoring pass going down and calling it off. 135, 182, 8:50 on the clock. This is still a very close game. Wreckers have been slowly reeling it in this entire time. Smother Goose on the line for Blood N Gorge, coming out, snatching that lead jam position quick and early. Bullet Ant on the line for the Wreckers. Literally don't see Bullet Ant. They must have the star in their hand. Looks like a star pass, though, there to Daisy Dukes. Daisy getting that star on their head. And Smother Goose calling it off. 190, 135. Diddley squat, grabbing that lead jam position quick and early. Roll v. Wade for Blood N Gorge. Not getting a chance to engage after making that initial pass. Diddley squat calling it off, picking up a quick 4 and peacing out. Side of Gravy in that lead jam position for Blood N Gorge. Picking up a track cut there. Side of Gravy going down. Thought they managed to keep it in the track, but then touched outside of the track and then continued to skate on, which still equals a track cut. Any contact with the outside of the track, and you have to reset behind the blocker or a skater that knocked you out. You can't just continue skating on. Gnarly Ray Jepson grabbing that star pass for the Wreckers. Gnarly Ray Jepson headed to the penalty box in that jamming position for Wreckers right at the end of this jam, basically. Side of Gravy through for 12 in that jam. Two, not just one. If it would have been one, it would be legal. Got some clarification on the hands touching outside of the track there. It's 2 hands touch, it is a track cut. If 1 hand had only touched, it would have been legal. We are in an official review. Actually, official reviews are just mini therapy sessions. So all of our officials are licensed therapists as well. So they're designed to take all of our complaints, internalize them, and never speak about them to us or anybody that we know. So that's all we do during official reviews. We'd like to spill all your problems on somebody. Just find an official. You have to be a coach, though. It's a whole process. Is it true? Everything I said was 1,000% true. It's verified by... Wreckers were hoping for a track cut called on the Blood N Gorge jammer. Nobody witnessed that jammer leave the track, so the call stands, and Wreckers will lose their official review. 3 minutes left in the half, though. I don't believe that they're going to be too concerned about that official review. Otherwise, I could be wrong. Just Audrey in that lead jam position for Blood N Gorge. Gnarly Ray Jepson in that jamming position. I'm confused. No, that's Ghoul. It's Ghoul. It's Ghoul there, or Gnarly in that jamming position with that star in the hand. Star pass there to Daisy Dukes. That jam getting called off by Just Audrey. Sorry, I thought that was cool. I was reading the numbers wrong. I saw them. They were right there. Read the number wrong. Crybaby on the line for Blood N Gorge. Bullet Ant for the Wreckers. And Crybaby getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. A lot of pushing happened there. Dostoyevsky with that star catch there just a moment ago. Looks like trying to get that star on the head. And in turn, looks like potentially lost their pivot cover as well. It's like 4 jams ago that we had 4 minutes on the clock. Diddley Squat grabbing that lead jam position for the Wreckers. Smother Goose for Blood N Gorge getting out on that initial pass. Diddley Squat finding an easy inside opening there. Somebody left the door wide open. Nobody's paying heat in this house. Nobody that lives in this area anyways. Clearly, they're just leaving doors open. Diddley squat in that lead jam position, picking up 4, taking a big hit. Smother Goose trying to get through on a scoring pass. Right up to the top, managing to clear it, picking up 4 points. Diddley squat, getting out in front, picking up 4 more. 151 on the board for the Wreckers, 218 for Blood N Gorge. Make some noise for both of our teams. Make some noise for the Wreckers, 151. Make some noise for Blood N Gorge, 218. We'd like to thank the Wreckers for coming out and skating against Gorge Roller Derby's B team, Blood N Gorge, this afternoon. This was an exhibition bout. It will not add up out there on our bracket for the tournament. This was just for fun, but you know what? It was a lot of fun, and we'd like to thank all of our officials and our volunteers, our medics, and everybody else that makes roller derby a possibility. We have a ton of staff here today for this event. One more time, make some noise for Blood N Gorge. And please put your hands together. Make your screamers louder for Rose City Rollers Wreckers. Lead jam position for Blood N Gorge. Bullet Ant looking for some room in the back with that star in the hand for the Wreckers. Smother Goose pushing right up on that inside line, manages to slip right through. Well, there on the outside line. No. Hello, humans. Welcome back to our scheduled content this afternoon. This would be our third game in our bracketed series of Cascadian Clash. Coyote Country Roller Derby's Palouse River Rollers facing off against Gorge Roller Derby All-Stars. Rolling Raptor on the line for the All-Stars. Solar Roller on the line for Palouse River Rollers. Rolling Raptor getting out in front. Raptor knocked to the outside, calling it off, picking up 2 points. I'm not even going to say it right now. But Tim just, that door was open and Tim's the safety coordinator. That door was open and Tim's the safety coordinator. I'm Tim, I'm the safety coordinator. I'm just supposed to shut one door. Phytochondria on the line for Palouse River Rollers. Auntie Faye on the line for Blood N Gorge, or for the All-Stars. Auntie Faye grabbing that lead jam position for Gorge. Picking up 4 points there for the All-Stars. Phytochondria still trying to work her way around, managing to find some room and grab that initial pass. Auntie managing to keep it in after getting pushed hard to that outside wall on corner 2 and 3. Phytochondria not far in front as both skaters coming up to the back of that pack. Phytochondria finding some room after picking up 4 points already. 8 points on the board so far, 12 for the All-Stars. Auntie Faye calling off that jam. Grabbing that lead jam, Whiskey Smash for Palouse River Rollers. Nerder She Wrote, jamming for the All-Stars. Whiskey Smash in that lead jam position, picking up 4 more points. Nerder She Wrote not far behind. That pack picking up some serious speed coming around the corner. Whiskey Smash calling off that jam, trying to stop Nerder from picking up any points, and does so effectively. Quick little lead change, 16 to 15 now. Palouse River Rollers with that 1 point lead. Demanda on the line for the All-Stars. She'll be Sassy on the line for Palouse River Rollers. She'll be Sassy grabbing that lead jam position. Demanda getting through on that initial pass. Some hard pushes there to the outside. She'll be Sassy getting knocked to the outside of corner 2 and calling it off. Picking up 2 points. Fish Slap on the line for the All-Stars. Night Fury on the line for the River Rollers. Fish Slap looking for some momentum here, pushing that pack as hard as they can. Looks like they managed to push through, grab that lead jam position. Night Fury in the back, trying to work their way through that pack as well as they can. A little bit of weaving and diving, getting caught just a little bit there. Pickle trying to be that last line of defense there for the All-Stars. Pickle and Peach both coming in to grab Night Fury right at the last moment and bring Night Fury back into that pack with a recycle. 4 points on the board for Fish Slap. That all-star pack defense there, and Trackle Win is making sure that they didn't lose that jammer. The River Rollers, strong presence there in the middle of that track, making it real hard for Fish Slap to push through that pack. Solar Roller on the line for the Palouse River Rollers. Rolling Raptor on the line for Blood N Gorge. Raptor getting knocked to the outside of corner 1 there. Solar Roller pushing hard at the top of that pack. Trying to get through those last. Little bit of a pile up there on the inside of corner 2, and Solar Roller back out onto the track, trying to take advantage of a little bit of displacement. It looks like there's a no pack situation occurring there, kind of spreading them out as far as they can as the River Rollers just hang back, trying to let their defender or let their jammer get through. Raptor in that penalty box right now in that jamming position for Gorge. Just coming back in. A lot of action on the track there, only for 4 points to happen. We see both packs here playing their hardest to stop giving away points to the other team's jammers. All Stars back to a full pack on the floor after Aftermath getting out of that penalty. Some big hits there. Whiskey Smash in that lead jam position. Aftermath with a hard push to the outside of corner one. Rolling Raptor just out of that penalty box for the All-Stars. Raptor with a big push through to the top, right out in the front. With the star in the hand, so they're not eligible for that lead jam position, but they're going to keep the pressure on anyways. Sorry, wouldn't have mattered. Whiskey Smash already had gained lead jammer position in that last jam. Auntie Faye grabbing that lead jam position quick and early for the All-Stars. Phytochondria pushing up through and getting that initial pass for the River Rollers. Auntie Faye up to the top and calling off the jam. Phytochondria not able to get up and score any points. Right out into the front, pushing hard against the top of that pack. Nerder She Wrote. Grabbing that lead jam position for the All-Stars. Demanda on the line for the All-Stars. Solar Roller on the line for Palouse River Rollers. Sounds like a penalty being issued right there at the start. Yes. Lethal picking up a track cut. Demanda in the back of the pack, looking for some room. Left or right there. River Rollers with a strong three-wall in the back. Up front, Solar Roller trying to push through the end of that wall with a bit of help. A bit of help from their pivot. Lecturally active. Right off that whistle, Phytochondria grabbing that lead jam position for the Palouse River Rollers. Fish Slap looking for some room. This bout so far has been jam for jam as we still only have 1 point difference. Fish Slap with the finger wrap because they slapped the fish so hard. In that jamming position, putting the pressure right on Phytochondria, and Phytochondria calling it off, picking up 6 points on the board, 36-31. Palouse River Rollers take the lead. Rolling Raptor on the line for the All-Stars. Pushing out hard, getting out of that lead jam position early. Whiskey Smash jamming for the River Rollers, looking for some room, getting ping-ponged around a bit, but then making that initial pass. Raptor calling it off after picking up 4 points. A big hit there. Ani Fei running up through the top. Lots of momentum. No pack situation developed. Ani Fei let through, grabbing that lead jam position for the All-Stars. She'll be sassy in that jamming position for the River Rollers with that star in their hand. Trying to find some room. Ani Fei calling off that jam. Looks like taking advantage of that star pass and then that penalty, where now Palouse River Rollers jammer is in the penalty box starting this jam. So they'll start this off in a power jam scenario. Got a timeout being called for the River Rollers. End of our team timeout there. Nerder She Wrote on the line for the All-Stars. Mge Ultra. on the line for the River Rollers. Nerder looking for some space to get through on that inside wall. Manages to push through. All Stars reeling it back there as MG Ultra was in that penalty box there in that jamming position. Coming out with that star in their hand. Both jammers just gridlocked there behind their opposing packs. Lead jammer calling off that jam. 7 points on the board for the All-Stars, 45-36. This has not been a game of taking as many points as you would like. That is for sure. That is every point on that board has been earned so far. No. I don't think so. Solar Roller on the line for the River Rollers. Demanda on the line for the All-Stars. Demanda trying to push up to the top of that pack, find an opening. Solar Roller in the back there, facing that wall of white. Managing to slip around the outside. Big wide door left open. Solar Roller taking full advantage of it. Demanda getting through right behind on that initial. Fish Lab up to the front, trying to get in that lead jam position early, getting knocked out to the inside line, having to recycle. Mitochondria, though, taking full advantage of a big door left wide open and grabbing that lead jam position. Fish Lab sprinting through the pack there to get that initial pass down. Mitochondria Mitochondria just waiting for Fish Lap to get up near the back of that pack and calling it off, 45-42. All Stars in just 3-point lead. Only 8 minutes left in this first half. Whiskey Smash on the line for the River Rollers. Rolling Raptor on the line for the All-Stars. Big hit there. Peach going down hard on that outside line. Whiskey Smash pushing right up to the front. Looks like there might have been a penalty involved in it. Rolling Raptor picking up that lead jam position. That's going to be a power jam for 30 seconds for Rolling Raptor if they can take full advantage of it here. Looking for some help from their pack to make that happen. Raptor trying to push up to the top. Try not to take too much of the pack with them so that that defensive line can't just push out in front of them continually. We see that power jam coming to an end of that all-star wall, bracing up to try to catch. Whiskey Smash just pushing through that wall from Gorge, managing to ring it out and grab that initial pass. That track spread out all across the entire track there for just a moment. Rolling Raptor picking up a penalty. This jam gonna run the full clock then. It's headed there anyways. Whiskey Smash for 4 well-earned points. And 3 more in that last pass. And Rolling Raptor picking up 4 as well. Right out of there, coming in hot. Peach grabbing a big chunk of Solar Roller there. Rolling Raptor out of the penalty box for the All-Stars. Solar Roller to the outside, getting knocked down and calling it off. Raptor getting clinked pretty hard right there at the end, too. Lead change once again, 52-49. Four minutes left on the penalty clock, or on the period clock. Official review being called. River Rollers calling an official review. We will find out in just a moment. We are hanging out an official review. We will know shortly what happened. Palouse losing their official review. They were looking for a high block call there. Auntie Faye on the line for the All-Stars. She'll be sassy on the line for the Palouse River Rollers. Auntie up to the top with a nice little hip hop and a skip. Looked like over the inside of that corner. She'll be sassy looking for a star pass there. We see that hand trying to reach over the top of that pack. Looks like they don't need it, though. They end up out in front. Auntie Faye calling it off after picking up 4. 53, 55, 52. Lead change once again. It's been a long time since I've had a game with this many lead changes. This is an extremely good matchup. Nerder, she wrote on the line for the All-Stars. Night Fury for the River Rollers. Nerder getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Gorge. Night Fury trying to go out hard. Face Bounder getting a piece of that right at the end. Nerder calling it off. .130 left in this first half. And our final bout of the day. She wouldn't have got the point for it. But also, I'm not quite sure. I wasn't paying enough attention. Right out of this jam, Demanda grabbing that lead jam position. See, he issued no pass, no penalty, but then she issued lead jam, so I'm confused. That pack moving awfully quick. Demanda out in front. Gay Ultra making that initial pass after catching that star pass. Demanda picking up a penalty right there at the end. MG Ultra trying to call off the jam there, as you see, just out of exhaustion, rolling to the outside of the track, but they do not have the lead jam position. Do not have the ability to call off the jam. And Demanda sat down potentially with just enough time to get out before the period ends, not starting the second half with the All-Stars jammer in the penalty box. And it appears so, as Demanda just released with 2 seconds on the clock. MG Ultra pushing up against the back with resilience. 67-56 so far at our halftime. Make some noise for both of these teams. Make some noise for the Palouse River Rollers. And make some noise for the Gorge Roller Derby All-Stars. Now would be a great time for you to go out into the lobby, get yourself some merch. We got these awesome patches. We got some buttons. Those are with the year on them. So if you collect the buttons, because we're going to do the buttons every year, but not the patches with the year on them. So you have to collect the buttons. It'll be even more commemorable because we're only doing such a small run of them. In the meantime, go get yourself a burr from the burr table. No, we're serving beer all night. And feel free to go get yourself some tacos as well. We got all sorts of stuff happening out in the lobby. Go check out our vendors as well. You don't have to stay there and sit in your seat. Go enjoy yourself for a little bit. And come back here in 12 and a half minutes. That would be perfect timing. Lead jam position for Blood N Gorge. Bullet Ant looking for some room in the back with that star in the hand for the Wreckers. Smother Goose pushing right up on that inside line, manages to slip right through. Well, hard hit there on the outside line. See that Blood N Gorge pivot looking for that recycle, but they didn't get it. Crybaby out on that initial pass. Gay Fieri for the Wreckers with that lead jam position, taking that to an end.
You are watching the 2025 Cascadian Clash, a WFTDA tournament hosted by Gorge Roller Derby.
Welcome back to our second half. River Rollers 56, All-Stars 67. Rolling Raptor on the line for the All-Stars. Solar Roller on the line for the River Rollers. Starting this one off hot. Both jammers pushing in. Solar Roller getting that lead jam position. Raptor with a bit of a recycle there. Picking up 2 points on the board. Nerder She Wrote on the line for the All-Stars. Phytochondria on the line for the River Rollers. Power jam situation for Phytochondria and Nerder She Wrote headed to the penalty box. Face bounder with a big recycle there, but a little pirouette and a 1-2 step. Phytochondria slaying out of that inside corner with some serious speed. Nerder She Wrote out of the penalty box, coming in hot. Trying to use that little bit of time and confusion for that pack to not expect the jammer coming. Phytochondria getting a big smackdown to that inside line. Peach picking up a penalty for it. Nerder again finding a black wall to bounce off of. Phytochondria calling off the jam. Palouse again in our tournament this weekend, being the highest seeded tournament, getting the bye for the first round. So this game still decides who goes to the loser bracket or the redemption bracket versus the winners bracket. All-Stars winning their first game of today. Big inside line jump. Whiskey Smash trying to get that in that lead jam position. Not able to keep it clean, calling it off. Not wanting to give any points away. 68-69. All-Stars with a 1-point lead. River Rollers jumping up 8 so far in this. Right out to the front. She'll be Sassy for the River Rollers, grabbing that lead jam position. Fish slap for the All-Stars, getting out on that initial pass. She'll be Sassy, finding an opening right in the middle there. Able to push through. Fish slap able to take an inside line as well. Little interruption. Pack shooting across the straight there. Both jammers coming in with some points. River Rollers bringing home 8. All-Stars bringing in 4. Rolling Raptor on the line for the All-Stars. Big hit to the inside line with a recycle there for them. Solar Roller finding that back wall a little bit more resilient this jam. All-Stars not able to hold on to Solar Roller, getting out there in that lead jam position for the River Rollers. Taking a commanding lead so far in this second half defensively on the track. Hard push there. Solar Roller really trying to get through that pack at the end. Looks like we had a timeout being called by the Gorge Roller Derby All-Stars. Rolling Raptor on the line for the All-Stars. Night Fury on the line for the River Rollers. Big penalty being issued there. Aftermath and Rolling Raptor in that jamming position. Headed to the penalty box for the All-Stars, making this a power jam situation for Night Fury. Not only are the All-Stars now one short from their pack, they're also missing their jammer. Peach trying to hold on as well as they can. Kimbo Slice as well. Night Fury calling it off. Locking up not just the jammer, but also one of Gorge's defenders. Right off that line, Whiskey Smash finding an easy inside door to come through. Grabbing that lead jam position. All-Stars rejoined by their jammer and blocker missing from that last penalty. Raptor through on that initial. Auntie Faye and She'll Be Sassy getting a quick little hit before that whole thing kicked off. Auntie Faye looking for some room. She'll Be Sassy looking for some room as well. The big recycle, though, looks like Peach getting a chunk of that. Peach going down hard in the defensive spot as well there. She'll Be Sassy pushing up to the top. Auntie Faye trying to find some way to get through on that inside roll. Not able to do it cleanly. She'll Be Sassy pushing out hard on the outside of corner 2. Just pinballing it around. She'll Be Sassy banging off all of those blockers there in that pack for the All-Stars. Auntie Faye still having some trouble getting around on that initial pass. Managing to stretch that pack out a bit. Looks like Auntie Faye might be getting close to being able to run, but then gets caught there at the last moment. And there we saw a no pack situation. Auntie Faye having to be let go. Just 10 minutes through in this first half, 73 All-Stars, 86 River Rollers. This bout has been so jam for jam, I forgot to even look at the scoreboard. Solar Roller on the line for the River Rollers. Nerder, she wrote for the All-Stars. Nerder pushing up to the top, grabbing that lead jam position. Solar Roller not far behind, though, going to keep the pressure on Nerder. They're both coming into the pack at nearly the same time there. Nerder calling it off. That's a lot more similar to a drag race right there. First one to the finish. I can hear some penalties being called from here, but don't know if they're being issued yet. Demanding grabbing that lead jam position and calling off that jam, giving anything away. Sorry, the other way around. The River Rollers had the lead position in that lead jam in that jam there, and they weren't giving any points away to Demanda. Whiskey Smash pushing left and right, trying to find some room around that pack. Managing to do so. Grabbing that lead jam position for the River Rollers. Fish Slap trying to push that pack apart as far as they can. Hard hits right in the middle. Fish Slap getting through on that initial. Looks like a big recycle there for She'll Be Sassy for the River Rollers. Auntie Faye looking for some room up front in that jamming position for the All-Stars. Face Pounder Peach up at the top, trying to hold on to She'll Be Sassy. Sassy making it through there, grabbing that lead jam position for the River Rollers. She'll Be Sassy going right into the side of Pickle there, right into the front of Pickle there. Pickle taking that hit full on. Nerder She Wrote out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for the All-Stars. Solar Roller making that initial pass, going to keep that pressure on Nerder. All-Stars definitely not want to give away any points here. Nerder getting knocked to the inside after picking up as much as they can and calling it off. picking up 3 points in that pass. Halfway through this first half, River Rollers have jumped up and managed to keep a demanding control on that lead, 92-76. Again, not a big lead, but the River Rollers have maintained strong control over that distance thus far. Still hanging on an official timeout. Starting this jam off, Night Fury on the line for the River Rollers, Demanda on the line for the All-Stars. Demanda pushing out around the outside, grabbing that lead jam position. Night Fury looks like caught in the back just a little bit, trying to find their way around that 3-pack from the All-Stars. Demanda looking for an inside line hop, not able to get a clean one, having to recycle. Demanda breaking out of that pack there, managing to find the space to do it. Both jammers up at the top. Demanda with 12 on the board. Night Fury in the penalty box, making that potentially an overstay there till the next jam. Demanda through that pack, picking up a big push to the outside. 15 points on the board for Demanda, 91, running it right back up to a 1-point game. 12:50 on the clock. Palouse starting this one without their jammer on the track. All-Stars taking full advantage. Fish slap in a power jam situation, able to juke out to the front, get that lead jam position early. Not too much time left on Night Fury's penalty. Fish slap already made that initial pass and grabbed that lead jam position. Now looking to put points on the board. Night Fury out of that penalty box with the star in the hand, it looks like. Trying to take advantage of maybe getting through that gap. No, we see a star pass there to Whiskey Smash. Fish slap through for 4. Whiskey Smash still trying to work their way around, managing to do so, get around the outside. Still with that pivot stripe on their head when they did so, but now out in front, nice big, right out in front for Fish Slap, picking up 4 more points. What a jam for the All-Stars there. Palouse with such an amazing fight back to stop that from going out of control. All-Stars jumping up to the lead, 100 points, 92 River Rollers. Mitochondria up to the top, trying to get through the top, but Rolling Raptor managing to slip through a little bit earlier and grab that lead jam position. All-Stars, wall of white there, catching Mitochondria. A big hit there as Rolling Raptor coming into that inside line and meets that wall from Palouse. Mitochondria up to the outside and around that pack, trying to stretch out as far as they can through corner 2. I'm sorry, corner 3 and 4 there. Rolling Raptor managing to get up and just skate out of the back end of that. Mitochondria slipping through as well, giving them a lot more pressure. 4 points on the board for both jammers here. A big hit in the back of that pack there. Jam Breakers taking a big hit. River Rollers returning the favor after those last jams, bringing that up to 100. 107 for the All-Stars. Anti-Faye for the All-Stars, looking for some room on that inside line. Solar Roller working that inside line as well. Anti-Faye with a star pass to Kimbo Slice. Looked like a no-pack situation had developed there a little bit. Right at the edge, hard to tell. Looks like, though, Palouse picked up a penalty. Kimbo Slice through for 4. MG Ultra, after catching that star pass on their initial pass as well. MG Ultra running right up on that outside wall. Kimbo Slice getting slowed down just a bit. And it looks like we are in an official timeout or just a timeout. Official timeout. This is an intense bout, Michael, just like at the circus. I know some other intense jokes, but I can't say them here. Ooh, we're not giving away points in this one, that's for sure. But she'll be sassy. Is here to collect. Notice she wrote headed to the penalty box. There's going to be a power jam situation for Palouse. Some big hits there. She'll be sassy, making it around, though, picking up 4 points. Again, in a 30-second power jam. All Gorge can do right now is play defense and hope to not give away too many points. Real quick, we're going to have an official timeout. Oh, 118, 113. This is so close. It's not even funny. You could accidentally fall over and get 5 points. You could trip and get 5 points. You could trip and give 5 points. It's, I mean, the just chances here are crazy high of complete termination. If both teams tie, what happens is they turn into a unicorn. Like on the floor, we'll see a magical transformation. Both teams will just merge. It's like a Power Rangers scene. There's a bunch of crazy music that plays, and they just turn into a unicorn, and that's it. And they just fly away. But just to be clear, unicorns don't have wings. Those are Pegasus. Unicorns can have wings, but they generally don't. They just fly on pure magic. So they don't need it. The wings, they don't need the wings. They do need the magic. Regardless, this is a very, very close game. We are in official review now after being in an official timeout. We're going to find out what happened. I've heard that the skaters are contesting being merged into one unicorn. They don't know what's going to happen to their souls. Quite frankly, we don't either. We're just so excited that a unicorn might appear. Thank you. Oh, we were in an official review there. It looked like, I believe the All-Stars looking for a jammer to be knocked out. I'm not quite sure. And it looks like, yes, potentially. All right. After that probably well-needed break, we are back. Nerder, she wrote in the penalty box, starting this jam off. Phytochondria on the jam line. No pack situation immediately developing there. Nerder out of the penalty box, grabbing that lead jam position for the All-Stars. Nerder looking to keep that momentum up. Phytochondria pushing hard against the back of that All-Star wall face. Spounder, Pickle, and Kimbo Slice. Is it Pickle or Lethal? Sorry, Lethal out there. Pickle and Kimbo Slice at the back of that, front of that pack now. Nerder still trying to find a way around. Lethal with a big recycle on Phytochondria. Phytochondria breaking it out, able to keep it out facebound and not able to hit him out quick enough. Nerder, she wrote in full control, though, able to clam that down. $117, $118. Demanda getting out in front for the All-Stars, grabbing that lead jam position. She'll be sassy for the River Rollers, getting through on that initial pass. Just don't give anything away. Demanda calling it off, trying not to give any points away. It looks like giving one away and picking up two. 119, 119. Can I get everybody in this room to make just an insane amount of noise for like 5 seconds? Because this is big. If you know roller derby, you know this doesn't happen too often, and you also know this game has been tooth and nail the entire time. Neither team wanted to give away anything. Neither team are willing to walk away from this without a win, clearly. Team timeout being called for the River Rollers. This is the most I felt like an Eminem song in a long time. Luckily, I have not eaten spaghetti recently. Whiskey Smash on the line for Palouse. Fish Slap on the line for Gorge. Both jammers immediately in full body contact there. Whiskey Smash managing to fend it off though and get out on that inside line and grab that lead jam position. Fish Slap not far behind. Making it through on that initial pass. That wall trying to get re-solidified for both teams as they're coming into corner two. A little bit discombobulated. It looks like Whiskey Smash not giving away anything, calling that jam off. Yeah, we're all feeling a little bit on edge over here. It's just intense. This kind of gameplay is always intense. We don't know where we're going. We don't even know who's driving. We got an official review being called here by Palouse. We will find out what that official review is shortly. Oh, we see there Palouse actually being awarded 2 points there from that last jam. 121, 119. Palouse now in the lead. Doesn't make my palms any less sweaty, though. This is literally anybody's game until that last whistle is blown and that last jam. I know most of you are aware of that. Palouse was just looking for those 2 points, and they had already been given them. Rolling Raptor looking for that lead jam position on that inside line. Solar Roller trying to push right up through the middle. Raptor with a big hit down on that inside wall. Looks like Palouse actually giving away a penalty for that. Both jammers just fighting as hard as they can to get up into the front of this pack. Raptor out in front, looks like grabbing that lead jam position. Looks like definitely a slowdown in the back of that pack as both teams fighting super hard. So much time left. Can you just pick up 4 and get it? 4 points on the board for the All-Stars. Looking for a timeout, Palouse River Rollers. River Rollers getting an official review and with 13 seconds left on the clock, using it as a timeout, clearly, just to be able to restart this jam, I suspect. 4 points on the board in that last jam for the All-Stars. Coming to you from the hand of Sweaty, did I say hand? Sweaty, that's all sweaty palms and on my brain over here. It's stressful. We are ready for our last jam. Gotta be our last jam. We have 13 seconds left on the clock. All-Stars currently in the lead with 123. Palouse River Rollers with 121. Just a 2-point difference. It is not over until it is over. Ooh, make some noise for both of our teams. Auntie Faye on the line for the All-Stars. Picking up a track cut right there in the beginning of this jam. Not a good position. All-Stars going to be looking to play a lot of defense here. Whiskey Smash picking up that lead jam position. Whiskey Smash engaging with that wall from the All-Stars, trying to rip through it as well as they can, picking up 4 points there on that scoring pass. Big run there to the top. Whiskey Smash picking up 4 more. Auntie Faye out of that penalty box. Going to try to get some points on the board for the All-Stars. But Whiskey Smash running it out, bringing it up to 129. Calling it off, 133, 123. Make some noise for the Gorge Roller Derby All-Stars and the Palouse River Rollers. Our unofficial score, 123, 133. We'll have our final in just a moment. Make some noise for the Palouse River Rollers. In their first game of the Cascadian Clash, they have won. And they will continue on to the winner's bracket tomorrow afternoon. And make some noise for the Gorge Roller Derby All-Stars. Lead jam position for Blood N Gorge. Bullet Ant looking for some room in the back with that star in the hand for the Wreckers. 5:15, we're like half an hour behind. Smother Goose pushing right up on that inside line, manages to slip right through. Thank you so much for attending our first day of the Cascadian Clash. We appreciate all of you being here. We appreciate you attending and supporting this event. We appreciate your support of roller derby. It means a lot to us. We also want to make sure we thank our volunteers, our officials, our medics, everybody who makes this event possible. We could not do it without you. So thank you for being a part of the 2025 Cascadian Clash. We will see you bright and early here tomorrow morning. The doors open at 9 o'clock. Our first bout is at 10 a.m. Our first bout is Inland Roller Derby versus Humboldt.